Hey guys, Barry here from TGS with another Assassin's Creed Odyssey Discovery Tour live stream. Overall for the channel it is number 75, but for this DLC it's number 2. We held it the other day, and we're just continuing on where we left off. Last time I think we ran Overlay on. Since I'm running solo, I think I'm just going to keep Overlay off today, and we'll see how it compares. Let me know what you think. But either way, it is Thursday, so fourth day of streaming for the week. So schedule's been announced earlier in the week. I'll still cover it today just so you guys know what's going on. We'll go over pretty much everything else as well as typical during a typical stream. Try to cover everything within 5 minutes. As for this game, the plan is to we finish out the main game and both major DLCs, including each chapter of those DLCs. Basically, all that we have left is Discovery Tour. We haven't played many of the custom-made missions, so we might check that out a little bit. I gave up. I'm not going to go for going above the level 50 mercenary. I think it was. They added like S1, S2, S3, S4 or something. I just don't have interest in wasting my time hunting down all those mercenaries again, especially when we're going to be putting the game on the shelf almost for good at this point. We might play it again one day in the future just for fun, just to do a throwback stream or something. But today, I mean, currently that's pretty much it. Just do Discovery Tour, all the tours, all the locations, and that'll be it for the game. But like I said, if there's free time, I'd like to do some custom-made missions. We're also not going to be doing all of the collectibles during the main story. The ones where you go hunting, it'll give you like a riddle and you have to figure out where it is. I did that in Origins, and honestly, I just see it as a waste in Odyssey. I never got into it. Doesn't interest me. It's a cool concept, but the game already in itself is so massive, I don't need to go hunting stuff down on top of the 160 hours already spent on this. It's a great game, though. I highly recommend it. One of my favorite Assassin's Creeds, for sure. Definitely an awesome playthrough. Some easy missions, some tough missions, as usual. It's kind of hard to rank all the Assassin's Creeds together. Like, I can't really compare Syndicate Unity with Origins Odyssey. They're just completely two different worlds of games. There used to be the memory sequence system, and they got rid of that. I kind of miss it, but at the same time, I like the open world concept as well. A little bit easier to get lost on what you're trying to do, but otherwise, you guys can see there's plenty of discovery sites we got to do, and tours and stuff like that. As per tours, the next one they recommend is Daily Life Bronze and Argos, Station 6, 16 minutes, so we'll be doing that one next, I guess. We're just going to do suggested. We've been kind of hopping around between famous cities and daily life. So we'll let the game decide what we do as long as it's new and not repetitive. That's all that matters. Last time we changed over. Let's play as Lxxv, because I never got a chance to play as Lxxv, honestly. I played as Cassandra, and I'm happy with that decision. She's awesome, but give me a chance to run around with Lxxv and at least spend a little bit of time with him here. Keep our mount the same. But either way, it's pretty much the plan. Let's fast travel to this tour real quick. So I want to say while it's loading, would really appreciate if you like and sub, check out other content. Go to our website, thegamersociety.com. We got 2 poll schedule store t-shirts available and 2 clubs on Xbox, the Gamers Society Fan Club, TGS Screenshot Club. We also have Patreon membership, Superchat, all of our social in the description, as well as a link if you're looking to buy the game. As per the schedule, we got Assassin's Creed Odyssey Discovery Tour today, back to back. Have plans for dinner at like 7:30, so we might be able to play till like 6:30 or so. But I'm considering if I want to cancel that or not. I'm just not sure if I'm feeling up to it. It was we were trying to jam in a bunch of restaurants for Restaurant Week because it's $35 a person. You get a decent amount of good quality food, so it's not a bad deal at all. And jammed in a bunch of places. We have somewhere today. We have somewhere tomorrow. I'm currently up in the air if I want to push through for today's reservation, so we'll see what happens. I guess I'll decide as we go on through the day, but we don't have to worry about that right now. As per tomorrow, we have Forza Horizon 4 The Eliminator, 1:30 to 3:30. Truck Driver 4 to 6 is the current goal. Should be also doing flex scheduling, 10:30 to 3 in the morning tomorrow. Should be going to dinner tomorrow, but that shouldn't affect anything because that's been locked in for a while, hence why we have the earlier 1:30 to 3:30, 4 to 6 stream, so I can make it there at 7. Then on Saturday, we're going to be doing Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, and Minecraft, 1:30 to 3:30, 4 to 6. We're going to go ahead hop to Flex, 10:30 to 3 in the morning, and then on Sunday, we'll be having Overcooked around 5 is my guess. That'll be it for this week. I'm definitely looking forward to this week. We'll get into the weekend and pushing on into next week, because we got a lot to do on the channel over the course of this and next week. And next week it'll be a big week on the channel. We should be finishing out Discovery Tour. We should be finishing out Rage 2, Star Wars Battlefront 2 DLC. You know, continue Forza and all this stuff. And we're making a lot of progress next week in opening up space, so we can consider starting Breakpoint or San Andreas the week after as planned. But either way, not to waste too much more time, I think that covers everything for right now. Refer to the Monday stream of every week for a full breakdown of the schedule, plans for the channel, what games are going to be replaced and when, stuff like that. This armor looks pretty cool. Just taking a look at the armor real quick. Zoom in. Here we go. Gives you a little bit better perspective, because up here you can't see as close, but if you zoom in, got a nice little design going on this outfit. It's like that Keelay's outfit or something. But either way, we're gonna go ahead, we're gonna do this each of the tours. We're gonna go ahead and grab like the stuff around it as we go, and pretty much our goal is to walk away with trying to pass the quiz at the end, which we've been like half and half. Some quizzes we do great, some we do absolutely horrendous. It's a lot of material to cover, especially if we do back-to-back stream. After 2 hours, you're already like, all right, I think I've had enough info. But then you play for like 3-4 hours, and Discovery Tour becomes, yeah, time to move on. Definitely gotta take breaks from this. I suspect we'll finish it next week. I doubt we'll finish it today. Just to confirm, I think we have 30 total tours. We completed only 9. And that doesn't include all the other locations around the map, just general facts and stuff like that. So, let's go ahead and start with this. Bronze in Argos.
Welcome to Argos, traveler. I have always admired the dedication of Greek metalworkers. Without them, we would not have the inspiring monuments that stir the hearts of Greek citizens everywhere. This is Argos, one of the oldest cities in Greece. The Lxxvs were an ingenious people, famous for innovations in areas like military tactics. However, what they were most renowned for was their metallurgic artistry, especially with bronze. I hope you enjoy yourself. Look for me at the end of your visit.
Let's go ahead and get started.
The area that would become Argos was inhabited as early as the 3rd millennium BCE, but it was in the 7th century BCE that it officially became a city-state. One of Argos's major pillars was its metallurgical industry. As far back as the 8th century BCE, the city was famed for making products like long dress pins and tripod cauldrons, as well as impeccable body armor. In addition to their technical excellence, the Argives were also creative, as seen in their masterful bronze sculpting, which became prominent in the city during the 6th and 5th century BCE.
So if you look around, there's a lot of statues in Argos.
Bronze is an alloy composed of 90% copper and 10% tin. Because of this, copper and tin needed to be smelted and combined to create the material needed for sculpting. After the bronze alloy was formed, it was melted in special furnaces. They required a tremendous amount of fuel and were usually supplied with charcoal made from specific types of wood. It's possible they were also coated with a protective lining of clay, which would have been sensible given the melting point of bronze is approximately 950 degrees Celsius. Once the bronze was melted and collected, the furnaces were dismantled and dumped.
So we have a copper ingot in animal skin shape. So, a giant ass picture of that. It's at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, apparently.
In the 8th century BCE, most small-scale statues were molded using a complicated and lengthy method called solid lost wax casting. From the 7th century BCE onwards, metalworkers adopted the more efficient hollow lost wax casting. At its core, this process involved using sculpting models from wax, making molds over these models, then filling the molds with bronze to produce the desired shapes. The process was advantageous because it saved on materials, produced lighter statues, and reduced the chance of possible defects.
So here we have a mold for a large female head. From Taras in southern Italy, apparently.
Once all the pieces of the sculpture were molded, they were welded together and subjected to the cold working process. This process involved repairing the sculpture's flaws by filling any holes and cracks with specifically measured bronze patches. Afterwards, the sculpture was scraped, chiseled, and polished until it was deemed satisfactory. Decorative details like hair, eyebrows, and mustaches were added with the use of a sharp tool. Eyes, which could be inset with ivory, glass, or silver, were attached to their sockets using a resinous kind of glue. Teeth and fingernails were inlaid with silver, and lips and nipples with copper. These small touches added color and contributed to the sculpture's lifelike appearance. Bronze sculptures have a long and varied history in Greece. During the geometric period of 900 to 700 BCE, the sculptures mainly depicted idealized heroes, charioteers, and horses, and most of them were dedicated to sanctuaries. The Orientalizing period followed in the 7th century BCE. During this time, Greeks began adopting sculpting techniques from the East, and the depicted statues expanded to include mythological creatures like griffins and sphinxes. The Archaic period saw statues that reflected a better understanding of human anatomy, which eventually culminated in the realistic and powerful human sculptures of the Hellenistic period.
So here we have a warrior. It's a bronze statue. pulled out of the scene near Calabria, Italy in 1972, 5th century BCE. So hide in the text. Lxxv's workshop.
Argos was the home of Polykleitos, one of the most famous sculptors in ancient Greece. His works, like the Doryphorus and Diadomenos, as well as his treatise on sculpting called the Canon, had a massive impact on the art as a whole, particularly in regards to ideal body proportions. Sadly, the original versions of Polykleitos' sculptures have been lost, along with most bronze statues from antiquity. As time went on, many bronze statues were melted down to be recycled in things like weapons, ammunition, and even church bells. Because of this, marble copies from the Roman period are our best evidence of the masterpieces of Greek sculpture.
Here we have I don't even know how to say his name, statue of a youth, tying a fillet around his head. Roman marble copy of a Greek bronze. There's the statue.
I see you have
There we
completed
go.
your tour. I trust you have a new appreciation for Greek sculptures after learning of the heart and soul that was poured into each step of their creation. Now, what else would you like to do? Then let us dive right in. Here is your first question. Which era of sculpting came first?
Man.
Correct. The geometric period lasted from 900 to 700 BCE and mostly featured small-scale statues and statuettes of heroes and horses. On to the second question. Bronze was an alloy composed of which two metals?
Oh, this was copper and tin.
Yes. To get the bronze required for sculpting, metal workers first needed to smelt copper and tin. One last question for you. Which renowned sculptor was a native of Argos?
Lxxv.
Yes. Polykleitos was based in Argos and had an enormous impact on the art of sculpting. You've done well, traveler. Your knowledge of metalwork is astounding. Then, farewell, traveler. May we meet again soon.
So here's the map. Let's go to characters. Got a new character. I just want to see who we got. As for the map, I want to look here. We have at least 3 or so to look at. Sculpture value. Bronze statue of a victorious youth crowning himself with a wreath. There's so many discovery sites, I almost like wonder if it's really worth going to them all. Just doing discovery sites in itself is going to take forever. They put so many of them. The game doesn't really give you a count. Like, it'd be nice if I had a count of those as well. There's nowhere that gives me stats on how we're doing here. It's nice to take a little break between the tours. That's why I like to run around and do these little things. Hephaestus. Interesting. I'm just gonna show you guys. Here's the plate. Pictures are really high quality, which is pretty cool. Looks great on the TV, that's for sure. So I ain't trying to do all these too. It takes so long to see everything this game put into it. It's a little bit overkill, honestly. It's cool, but at the same time, it feels like a little bit overkill. To have so much in the game. Bidons 2. Pretty sure we've already been here. Regardless banner. Stuff's interesting, but I'm almost starting to feel like it's overkill. Like, maybe we should just do the tours and... Discovery sites are cool and all, but like, sometimes it brings you here for a banner, and then I'll tell you how the banner, they have no idea what the real banner looked like, and they're just using the colors from the region. It's like, man, why are you bringing me here for that? Hey, this is some like random Ubisoft one or something. We did this for Origins. I forget how many streams it took, but it was definitely a long time to get through all that content. Then you don't remember it because there's just so much content. They throw so much at you so quickly. You're just like, ah. Here we have frescoes. Yeah. Needs to have some nice looking wallpaper. Moving on to the next daily life one. We don't have too many left. I think 2 more daily life 6 and 7 are the last 2 we need. So, here we are. Grab this before we get started on the tour. Like I said, I'm definitely considering if it's worth getting. If there was like a total number and I could see a count and stuff, that definitely dramatically help my decision. Damn. Alright, let's learn. This one's perfume, daily life, 13 minutes, 6 stations. It's our best friend.
Ah, my friend, I see you followed your nose to this lovely perfumery, perfume yard, perfactory? Yes, let's go with perfactory. A word of advice from a former perfume peddler. Never start your sales pitch with, "You smell like you could use some perfume." It has a surprisingly low success rate. This sensuous little island is where perfume was produced. Your nostrils are in for a treat, unless you're allergic, in which case I could sell you a wonderful remedy for a very reasonable price. No? Okay then. I'll check in on you at the end of your visit. See you soon, my friend.
Alright, let's begin our tour of the perfume.
Perfume-making techniques were invented and perfected in Mesopotamia and Egypt, beginning in the 4th millennium BCE. By the time of the Mycenaean era, perfume played an important role in the Greek economy. Mostly reserved for kings, priests, and aristocrats in the beginning, it later became more widely available during the classical and Hellenistic periods. Greeks used perfume for more than just personal cosmetics. It also had sacred uses. For example, cults would sometimes anoint their god's statue with perfume, and it was also used during rituals like weddings and funerals. Food and wine could also be scented with perfume to add to a meal's presentation. The art of making perfume was part of medicine and pharmacology, and physicians devoted entire books listing the best perfume recipes.
So we got a red figure, oil flask with scene of Aphrodite and Adonis.
Perfume is made up of two main components: a greasy substance called an excipient, like vegetable oil or animal fat, and an odorous substance, such as flowers and plants. For ancient Greeks, the most common excipient was olive oil. According to Theophrastus, however, the most valuable oils were those extracted from nuts in the Syrian and Egyptian deserts. The odorous ingredient could be taken from a variety of sources. These include flowers like roses or lilies, herbs like oregano, spices like saffron, resins like amber, and leaves from plants. Some fragrances were also imported from outside of Greece, like Indian cinnamon and Syrian frankincense. These exotic scents were considered exceptionally precious. Mixing scent into the fatty excipient was called enfleurage, of which there were two methods. If the flower being used for the scent was fragile, the preferred method of extraction was cold enfleurage, which required an oil-soaked cloth. First, the cloth was rubbed against the flower's petals, saturating the oil with the scent. Then, the cloth was pressed to wring out the scented oil. Hot enfleurage involved heating the excipient before mixing in the scented substance.
Damn, look at that helmet head. A little bit creepy, actually.
The hot enfleurage process consisted of heating and distillation. After the scented ingredients were dipped into heated oil, the mixture was then filtered before being pressed and decanted. Once the mixture was complete, spices, coloring agents and fixatives were added, along with preservatives to prevent the perfume from spoiling. Finally, the liquid was hermetically sealed in bottles, ready to be shipped to market.
Here's Station 5.
Perfume was usually bottled in ceramic or glass flasks, but more luxurious fragrances were contained in ornamented and painted flasks. Lxxv and Alabastra were elegant bottles designed for women, while Arabaloi were used by athletes. It was common for the bottle's craftsmen to brand them to prevent frauds and knockoffs. Perfume shops were usually located in city centers, befitting of their importance. In addition to selling perfume, they were also sometimes used as meeting places. For example, the perfume shops near Athens's Agora were frequented every morning by the city's youth.
Say, terracotta Corinthian Arbalos, however you say it. This perfume gonna make me not feel so drunk.
The main purpose of perfume was to attract members of both the opposite and the same sex. We can trace this practice back to a scene in the Iliad, where Hera used perfume to seduce Zeus. Similarly, hymns about goddesses like Demeter and Aphrodite always mentioned their pleasant smell, further solidifying the belief that scent and seduction went hand in hand. However, perfume was also a mark of social status. Athletes covered themselves in perfumed oils during their training and at symposia, and citizens were judged based on how anointed, shiny, and perfumed their bodies were.
So, fragment of a funerary or votive marble stele. Exaltation of the flower. Socrates wouldn't use it. Second quiz of the day.
Hello again, my friend. I hope you see now how important perfume was, not only for aesthetic purposes, but for Greek social hierarchy. I wouldn't charge so much for my own bottles if I didn't know the value of what I was selling. What else can Marcos do for you? Good idea. Let's start with an easy question. Which of the following is an example of an excipient?
Ooh, an excipient. Olive oil.
Yes, olive oil makes a great excipient, and dressing, and medicine. Honestly, we pour that stuff on everything, including ourselves. And question 2. What is enfleurage? Correct! Enfleurage involved mixing the perfume scent into an excipient. We're almost done. Just one more question. In the Iliad, which goddess used perfume to seduce Zeus?
Ooh.
Yes, Hera poured a saucy scent on herself to get her husband's attention. You did it! You've completed the test!
Yay.
If you say so, but I have a feeling we'll run into each other again soon. Farewell!
There's like 2 discovery points out here. Might as well get them while we're here in case we decide that's what we're gonna do. Just that. They definitely need to add like a progress thing that shows you your progress. Well, I'm not gonna go to every single eyeball, but I might go to all of these and tours, or we might just do all the tours. I haven't officially decided yet. This kind of seems just completely out of the way. Just to run up and see this, and it'll show like a coin. Sense of worship. Watch out, I'm walking here. Fast traveling there so we don't have to run there. Because it's like right next to it. Damn, look at that beard. Damn. A lot of good information right there. There's only these sites here. Let's go ahead and grab these 2 sites up here real quick too. That'll make life easier just to get it all done. For the entire region. This way, if we decide to do it, we don't have to come back out here. Then we'll hop into the next guided tour, I guess. The next recommended one right after this. About an hour and 20 minutes left till a break. So I guess around 4:30 we'll be taking a break. So it is 41 meters below us this way. It's probably inside the building. Color on Greek statue. Damn. So apparently the statues had color. Travel through. Go to the light. Of course, the Samos banner. Psh. Heracles strangled it, man. He's like, after this shit. Going to fuck it up. Next, I suggest Battles and Wars one right here. Spartan Education, 6 stations, 18 minutes. So we're going to venture to our next tour. Alright. This is where we're at now. We're right in Sparta, actually. There's a lot of these markers in Sparta. We have 19 total discovery sites, and they can be all the way out here. Completely out of the way. Let's hop onto the tour.
Welcome, visitor.
Leonidas.
Spartan boys become Spartan men. My name is Leonidas. I am a king of Sparta. But do not think me some idle aristocrat softened by luxury. When Spartans go to war, I stand alongside them, shield to shield. And my spear tastes the same blood as those of my men. I can't help but be reminded of the boy I used to be. I wonder what that boy would think if he saw me today. Would he be proud? Intimidated? Or would he pity the tired old man standing in front of him? But such thoughts are meaningless. Let us move on. The agoge was Sparta's strict education system. The strenuous regimen took in the young boys and then reshaped them until nothing was left but the strength, intelligence, and resolve of a perfect Spartan citizen. I will find you once your visit has ended, and we will talk further. Until then, visitor.
Looks like he's gonna kill me if I get the quiz wrong. Better learn our history here. Might as well grab this one while we're here. Sanctuary of Athena. They were a pretty badass army. They didn't need walls. Let's get ready to learn.
Sparta was a Greek city located in the Peloponnese. It differed from other cities of the time in that it had no walls. Sparta originated as 4 neighboring villages: Patane, Limnes, Mizoa, and Cynosura, all of which shared the same political, military, and religious life. After 2 wars with the Messenians, the city's territory expanded even further. By the 5th century BCE, they allegedly controlled almost half of the Peloponnese.
Here are the Persian pillars.
The agoge was the military training and education program undergone by Sparta's male youth. Grooming men for war was one of the city's main priorities. Boys began their training at the young age of 7 and completed it when they were 30. It has been said that Spartan infants were inspected for weakness shortly after birth. If they were deemed too sickly, they were thrown into chasms. However, this information remains unproven. The healthy boys were considered suitable for training. When they came of age, they were removed from their families and were placed into service of the state. Their education included subjects like reading, writing, and even music, but was mostly focused on tough military exercises meant to turn the boys into efficient soldiers. The agoge was divided into 3 cycles: one for boys aged 7 to 12, one for adolescents aged 12 to 20, and one for men aged 20 to 30. Each cycle included different exercises for refining the body and mind.
Presentation of a newborn. The guy's like walking away crying. They must have taken his baby or something. Damn. They're hardcore about what they believed in, that's for sure. Look at that statue.
Sparta played a large role in defeating the Persians during the Greco-Persian Wars in the 5th century BCE. They held their king Leonidas's glorious death at the Battle of Thermopylae in particularly highest. Because Leonidas was killed in battle, Sparta believed he died a good death and showed incredible bravery, qualities to be held as a model for all Spartans. This idealized bravery was embedded in the city's collective memory and was the main quality people strove for in the agoge.
I didn't want to take that. Gosh dang it. It's pretty epic. I just want showing you guys like the scale of this thing. I don't know why the camera's being weird, but it is pretty epic. Excuse my hiccup. That's the picture I'd be more looking forward to. See if they still upload. I know I have to do a clean out on my posts, my Xbox Live feed, or it's gonna get overwhelmed. The Dromos, runner scene. I mean, it must have been fun running around, doing relays naked or something. I don't know. That's pretty much what they're showing.
The first cycle of the agoge focused on boys aged 7 to 12. Each of the boys had shaved heads and wore light clothing. They walked everywhere barefoot, swam the Erotis River all year long, slept on reeds, and participated in cult rituals for Artemis or Thea. The boys were grouped into herds, or agoli, and were supervised by older adolescents. Once they reached the age of 12, they entered the second cycle of the agoge, which aimed to integrate them into the society of citizen soldiers.
Hold on. Man, I hate that we have to interact with it to see this info. Just let me see it. We completed it. All I should have to do is go up and click A for it to do that. But we have the lead figure of a woman dedicated to Artemis or Thea. It's only like 5 centimeters tall, apparently.
Agoge focused on boys aged 7 to 12. They walk.
Two more stations ago, then we got our quiz.
The agoge's second cycle included boys aged 12 to 20. When they reached the age of 20, the young men were dubbed Erines and could officially serve as hoplites in the Spartan army. Until the age of 30, Spartan men lived in communal mess halls called Saskeneia. From the age of 22 onward, they were permitted to start a family, but 30 was viewed as a more appropriate age to get married. Spartan men served in the military until they turned 60, when they were designated as elders, or gerontes. However, many were known to continue serving anyway, such as King Archimedes III, who fought in the army until he was killed in battle at the age of 62.
62 years old, go into the front lines and shit. Surprised he even lived in the 62. The average age was so young. I mean, to have an average age of like 40, people had to live 20 and they had to live at 60. You get the idea.
All adult male Spartans participated in communal meals called syssitia. The attending Spartans contributed different kinds of food on a monthly basis, in addition to a small sum of money to pay for meat. Each man was entitled to one portion of a meal, with the exception of the kings, who received 2 portions. Syssitia attendance was mandatory for every Spartan fortunate enough to be part of the group. The meals had great political significance. According to Xenophon and Plutarch, the syssitia was designed to foster a sense of equality between citizens. It also demonstrated the self-restraint and moderation of Spartan society. But in reality, the syssitia only increased the differentiation between the rich and the poor. Those who could not afford to contribute to the communal food not only missed their meals, but also lost their right of citizenship.
Man. Here's a Laconia kinda drinking vase. Three times a day. So at breakfast of bread and wine, then at lunch, then dinner later on. Flour, wine, cheese, and figs. Black broth with soup made with meat and pig's blood. Interesting. No idea how that would taste. I mean, I guess I would try it if I was in Sparta.
Your tour has ended. As you have seen, the Agogi was not for the weak or faint of heart, but it did its job in producing skilled warriors and shrewd citizens. What else would you like to do? So you think you are ready for a test? Very well. Let us see how you fare. First, a simple question.
Uh-oh.
The Agogi was made up of how many cycles?
3.
Correct. The Agogi was divided into 3 cycles. One for boys aged 7 to 12, one for adolescents aged 12 to 20, and one for men aged 20 to 30. Next question. How many meal portions were kings entitled to at Syssitia?
2.
Yes, Spartan kings had the right to double portions. One final question. When were Spartans allowed to grow mustaches?
Interesting. Definitely not in these years. It's 30 or 60.
True, Spartan elders had freedom to grow facial hair, but they were allowed to do so long before reaching 60. Keep trying.
My guess is going to be 30, my second guess.
Yes!
There we go.
Once a Spartan man was over 30, he was allowed to adorn his face with a glorious display of manhood. Impressive, visitor. You should be proud. Safe.
Shout out to Henry.
Visitor.
What is going on? Apparently we have one of these right here. Not a citizen soldier. We're on horseback. There's one on like a fish on the right or something. Dolphin. Oh my god. Playing Assassin's Creed in first person would be nuts. Can I climb stuff in first person? Oh my god, I can. What the man? Did the game have this all along and I never knew? Oh god. There's so many pointers around here. We have another story here. Shout out to Nick Hale TV, what is up? And peace out, Henry, thanks for watching. Yeah, we're just doing Discovery Tour today, nothing crazy. Just honestly, basically like learning through a game. It's pretty much how I would explain it. The Kings of the Peloponnesian War. There's still a battle scene there. Oh god, look at all the words. Just to throw it out there, there's all that stuff about the war in the text, but I'm pretty sure we're going to have stories that are entirely war-based. Just to throw it out there. If Archidamos, there he is in the game. And they overruled the king to invade. They're like, you may be king, but we don't think care. We do what we want. A little over an hour into the stream. Like I said, guys, this is going to take... Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we have to play another 2+ streams of this next week, but we'll see where we're at the end of today. They added so much more than they did in Origins. They didn't have all these extra points in Origins, so you just did the tours and that was it. In this game you have the tours, plus you have all these like 100+ points around the map showcasing stuff. So in the background, some men weighing some merchandise. Just 12 more of these things around the area, which thing ranges from here to here. I figured we'll just complete all the things around Spartan territory real quick. Just make life easier. It'd be nice if you can go up and access them from the horse, but I think you're gonna have to get off each time. Thankfully it's not like Red Dead Redemption 2 where you hit a tree and you like just go flying. Rivers, inspired by the art in the game. This is just a random fluff put in by Ubisoft that has nothing to do with history. So we got this one, then we're going to head in through all of these, then we'll hit this one and this one. And I think that'll conclude all of them in this area. And then we can move on to the next tour. Artemis Orthia, lead figure of a winged goddess. So I'm doing these now outside of the tours, because if you do them during the tours and then you expect to do well in those quizzes, good luck. So then you're absorbing even more information, and it's not like it's, you know, it's like completely out of the way. Is how I see it. But at this point, initially I had Destiny 2 planned next week 4 times. We're gonna probably just cancel Destiny 2 and focus the time on Assassin's Creed and Rage 2 and get this stuff done. So all we would have left DLC-wise is Forza and Destiny 2. Forza is more important than Destiny 2 in my view. In Destiny 2, I have yet to officially decide if I want to pursue it or not, or postpone it a bit longer. I'd honestly rather play Ghost Recon Breakpoint than play Destiny 2. But that's just because I'm Destiny 2'd out. It's not a bad game, I'm just tired of it. When you play a game a certain amount of time and you're just like, I'm done with this. It's kind of where I'm at with Destiny 2. Like Destiny 1, I gave up on the raids because the system was stupid. They should have matchmaking for raids. You shouldn't have to go find people and looking for group and stuff. You should just be able to matchmake straight up. So here we are in a little camp. Another inspiration by the book. Unlock the new horse. Now we gotta make our way back down here. You know what, we might as well just grab this one while we're at it, and then do all the rest in the city, because we're already outside the damn city. Oh god. I did go to my appointment today. I went to the eye doctor. Did all those things, you know, the puff in your eye, they take like the pictures, they like scan your inside your eyeball and crap with those machines. At least in the place I go to. I choose that over dilating. I hate dilating. I was like, I'm not trying to play games today dilated. So I opted out for that and took the other route. Did the machine. And it's pretty cool because you have the pictures stored and stuff. You can see we were able to compare stuff from 3-4 years ago on the computer because I had it done like every time I've gone. The last like 5-6 years. I think it's like $30, but and not covered. But I was just like, whatever. Thought it was cool. But yeah, I grabbed the pizza I wanted. It all worked out today. Ended up grabbing 6 slices. I think it was. Had a buffalo chicken slice and a white slice for lunch. I saved a chicken bacon ranch and a white slice for Saturday morning. Saturday's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna wake up, have some coffee with some pizza, which sounds random, but it works, and then we'll go ahead and start playing some games in the early afternoon. Thought about just having an energy drink instead of coffee. We'll see what I decide. It's gonna depend what I feel up to. And they have a storyboard. Here's a short story. No, the baby. Alright, now we're gonna get back down to the town. I don't know if it's worth just fast traveling into the town. Maybe worth just doing this. And then we'll just hop around getting the remaining however many there are. Alright. Well, luckily there's one right here. Spartan banner. Some coins. So we have 7 more sites. It's Athens that's going to be ridiculous to do. Honestly, you could probably do like one of these a minute or something if you're efficient. But just doing all these things in themselves is like a stream in itself. They're kind of annoying. They're kind of almost on the line of like skipping them, but I think I don't mind seeing everything I can out of this DLC. Still considering I think I might make time for some extra stream for this just to test out some of the fake missions, like the best rated ones and stuff. The missions people make up. The Temple of Athena, Chalkoikos, butchering it, there it is right there. The Acropolis of Sparta. Here's the remains of the theater of Acropolis of Sparta. Damn, there's the current city behind it. See, there's the theater. You see all the modern construction just right there. Wonder what they would think of modern civilization. That'd definitely be interesting to see. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Another shout to Lxxv. Welcome back. We're just finishing up all the little fact locations, and then we're going to hop into the next tour. I just figured while we're in Sparta, let's get her done. Then we don't have to come back here again, other than the other story that's here. I'm about to just do the other story here, like finish out Sparta in entirety. There's 1 or 2 more stories to do here. The Dionysus Colonatus. Little figure right there. That back foot looks like it's got like damn claws compared to the front foot. No offense. Just how it was molded. So we're gonna hop onto this one right here, which I think is Assassin's Creed Edition. Has nothing to do with history, but let's go do it anyway because it's part of what we gotta complete as for the Discovery Tour. They should add something like complete everything for Discovery Tour or something. That'd be cool. Here we go, guys. Spartans. Obviously, a picture depicting what Spartans would have looked like according to the game. I'm just singing along to the game, you know. They got some good tunes back in the day, man. Black Flag had a bunch of good songs they sang on the ship. They're defending the mezzanines. Seems like we got 2 more to do and we'll have Sparta completed entirety. I don't know if it starts hopping region to region. You know, Athens is horrendous. There's like 60 some of these things and like 10 tours or something in Athens alone. So I'm not in a rush to do Athens, but a lot of these other places will have, you know, a handful of each, which is a lot more reasonable. We'll see what the game recommends for our next story. Where are you running to, bro, in your diaper? Put on some clothes, man. I know you want to be young again, but you gotta grow up and become a Spartan man, dude. All right. We told him. Let's So like he's running around in a diaper. Castor and Pollux. You have the Drugate heads, Castor and Pollux on the bronze coin. Then they show us already. Then let's see. Divine twins, sons of Zeus and Leda, brothers of Helen and Clytemnestra. They say Zeus had so many sons or something that they can't even name them all. And most of them were not with his wife. Saw that perfume, man. He couldn't resist. He's like, perfume le fromage. Ah. They'd be like, it is pecorino perfume. Oh god. Smell like cheese. Walking around. I mean, considering this time period, yeah, people probably just stank. But, yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Half the time people stink out in public today, let alone back then. They also dressed a little bit more freely, so I guess the breeze, you know, helped out a little bit. But one, people are probably just constantly covered in mud. Two, they definitely don't have baths like they had today, so I ain't trying to go to a public bath, but I guess at the time they did what they had to do. Oh god, I can't imagine having to go to a public place, you know. They don't have, I don't think they had chlorine and all that shit, so who the hell knows what you picked up going there. Get the Mesoa over here. Found the way, bro. This is Sparta!
Hey.
Mothakes. Peltas depicted on Shield of Hoplite, seen from Attic red figure. Damn. These are all the kids and people that they, guess they didn't deem good enough. Man, the hell, dude. Yeah, we gotta go around this Brasidas in Sparta. It's only fitting. Brasidas is gonna ride around on fangs. They have battles. The marathons. What are the other two tours here? We got Sparta Social Classes, Politics and Philosophy, and we got Sparta Politics, London Nuances of Sparta's Unique Political System. I say we learn about Sparta Social Classes, because we just learned all about Sparta in the sense of where they start out in life to become a soldier, so the least we could do is learn about the rest of what's going on. Let's finish out Sparta in entirety right here. Change it up a little bit, try something new. Maybe we'll start hopping zones and completing stuff. Here it is. The king's going to teach us himself about the social classes.
Welcome to Laconia, visitor. You're here to learn about Spartan society, yes? Then I won't stop you. Sparta is a glorious place, and you should feel honored to be here. Honored, and perhaps somewhat frightened. Sparta had a unique hierarchy, especially compared to the rest of Greece. Everyone had their place, and you will soon learn what those places were.
Sounds like communism.
I will find you again once your visit has ended. Until then, visitor.
Spartan society was structured around austerity, self-sufficiency, and a hostility towards foreign elements. It was divided into 3 social classes: citizens, perioikoi, and helots. Citizens were called Spartans, or homoioi. They were free men and women with mostly equal rights and wealth, though their contributions to political life were extremely limited. The perioikoi lived in surrounding areas under Spartan control. They cultivated the land and were primarily merchants and craftsmen. They were also part of the army, and their lands were the first line of defense in the event of a hostile attack. Helots were Sparta's lowest class. They were people who had lost their freedom to the Spartans, and they served the city as slaves. Helots were considered property instead of people. As a result, they had no political or civil rights.
So basically, if you failed your Spartan class, from the way it sounds, you became a slave. That's when you just flee. Get the f out of there. Bronze feminine figurine in Laconian style. The Brasidioi.
Austerity, self-sufficient. It was divided.
I've already heard this, so we're gonna skip it.
They were.
Just never even re-listened to it. I was just trying to show you the figure. Every once in a while, you catch me running away right before I click A.
Helots made up the majority of Sparta's population.
Damn.
According to Polydeuces, they lingered between slavery and freedom. 2 elements made Helots differ from other slaves. They were allowed to form their own families, and they were publicly owned by the city of Sparta instead of private citizens. Because Helots were deemed public property, they could not be sold as merchandise. They mostly worked to cultivate the land, but also fought in wars alongside the Spartans. While they gave the fruits of their labor to Sparta, they also kept a fair part of it for themselves. This practice allowed some Helots to make enough money to buy their own freedom. Alternatively, if a Helot served the state well enough in military campaigns, they could also be granted civil rights.
Oh my god, second time. I'm really sorry about that, guys. I'm just ready to hop to the next thing to keep the tour going. Terracotta figurine of a peasant wearing a pilos and holding a basket. He does definitely not look amused right now. It looks like he's had his arm chopped off and some toes. There was 1 Spartan per 7 Helots. Are you kidding me? That's crazy. 140,000, 200,000 Helots, but there's only 12,000 to 15,000 Spartans. That means most people failed training. Man.
Population. According to Polydeuces, they were while they
Well, they didn't like each other. I mean, one side became slaves, and then the other side was the people that kept the slaves. I mean, they're bound to get some revolt. What'd you expect?
The founding of Sparta is dated around the 9th century BCE. Historical information about the city is limited, but it was known to extend into the region of Laconia. Over time, Sparta started encroaching on the territory of Messenia, eventually leading to war. Sparta gained more land in this conflict, which they divided between their citizens and the Perioikoi. The aftermath of the Second Messenian War, from 640 to 620 BCE, then divided the population into three groups: the Homoioi, the Perioikoi, and the Helots. The Helots of Laconia mostly respected Sparta's rule and did not cause much trouble. However, Helots from Messenia supposedly resisted the Spartans, although sources can only confirm one revolt for certain, which occurred in Messenia in 464 BCE.
Caught that one. Spartan woman defending against... We've already seen this one. Here's the text. I mean, I'm not surprised they were worried that the Athenians were considering to take over. I mean, they see a weakness in after a war they lost. It was a possibility for revenge.
During the 5th century BCE, Helots were quite active in the army, especially during the Peloponnesian War. They served as hoplites on land and as rowers during naval battles. In both cases, they gave Sparta an important numerical advantage. For every Spartan on the battlefield, there were at least 7 Helots. Although many ancient sources say Spartans had a hostile relationship with Helots, they were much more likely to treat them better in times of war. For example, when 300 Helots and 120 elite Spartans were captured by Athens during the Battle of Sphacteria in 425 BCE, the Spartans promised the Helots their freedom if they served them well in combat. Similarly, around the same time, the Spartan general Brasidas fought a battle alongside 700 Helots. Impressed by their courage and loyalty, Brasidas later freed them all and allowed them to join the Perioikoi.
Damn. We're playing as Brasidas. Talk about good timing. I think I missed out on the thing again. Oh god, we gotta like slow down. It's because we're getting near the 2-hour part. We have a fragment of geometric crater depicting oarsmen. So they are the oarsmen, the Helots. So, Neodamois. Neodamodois, something like that. See their freedom, unity of land, possibly even political rights.
Helots were in both, although
Brasidas. Here's the final station, I think.
Perioikoi were another group of Sparta's population. They lived not in the city itself, but in its surrounding areas. The Perioikoi were never hostile against the Spartans. In fact, both groups together were known by the collective name Lacedaemonians. Perioikic cities had their own autonomy and sanctuaries, but they were always bound to Sparta. They were allowed to develop their own local laws and economies, but could never reach a level of prosperity that rivaled their parent state.
Save a Laconian lead figure of a warrior with a helmet and shield. It's crazy how like they talk all this stuff, but then you're noticing a majority of the numbers are actually not Spartans themselves, but the people that were looked down to by the Spartans because they didn't pass it or they didn't have the qualities needed. It's like, what?
I see you finished. I hope you have a better appreciation for Spartan society.
I don't know. I
Nothing
mean,
we do
it's
is without
amazing to learn history, but
every man, woman, and child has a role to
I
play.
don't know if I agree. But I'll be ready for your quiz, sir.
Is that so?
Yes.
Then let us begin. During which battle were Elots promised their freedom?
This is the Battle of Sphacteria.
Yes. In the Battle of Stacteria, a group of elite Spartans promised to free their accompanying Elots if they helped the Spartans during a siege. Next question. Which of the following is another name for Spartan citizens?
This is the homioi. I'm doing a lot better today. Last time I played this game, I do want to throw it out there. We did like almost 4 hours of time, and I wasn't in the right mindset starting out, so I did half and half. Sometimes we did absolutely horrendous on the quizzes. Sometimes we did amazing. I feel like I'm doing really well today, and I have like a better concentration. So
Spartan citizens were also called Omni, which meant equals. One final question. Which Spartan general freed 700 Elots?
man, I'm him right now.
Correct. Brasidas freed 700 Elots as a reward for their exemplary military service.
Sounds like a good dude.
I'm impressed.
They saw that they're willing to die for their country. I mean, come on. They're willing to die for Sparta, pretty much.
Very well, visitor.
The fact they were willing to do that should have been good enough, in that sense. We have another one, 13 minutes, and we're approximately 22 minutes from the end. I'm gonna go to tour. I'm also gonna go off mic for like 20 seconds and grab a water. Alright, here's the next tour. So, learn the nuances of Sparta's unique political system is our next goal.
Greetings, visitor. You stand in Sparta's political center, where all of the city's most important decisions were made. Spartans may be unequaled on the battlefield, but some situations are better solved by a meeting of minds than a clash of swords. Not many, mind you, but some. Sparta's political system was unique in the Greek world. While Athenians wasted hours on end whining and wagging their tongues at each other, Spartan kings made their decisions swiftly and deliberately. They preferred action over words. Come find me again when you finish your visit. We will speak more then. Farewell.
Brasidas grew up in Sparta, but he's looking like, who?
Sparta's political system differed from most of Greece's. One of its most distinctive features was that it was ruled by two kings. These kings belonged to two separate dynasties, the Eurypontids and the Aegeads, both of which were said to be descended from Heracles. Both kings shared equal powers, and disputes between them required the intervention of special magistrates known as ephors. However, if one of the kings were more charismatic or experienced, they could influence the weaker king's choices.
So here's a picture. Damn, he put his brother on the second throne. Man. Traitor!
Spartan kings had several responsibilities and functions. As lifetime magistrates, they were technically Sparta's priests and strategists, and their duties encompassed everything from politics to justice. Originally, both kings would lead military campaigns in times of war. However, from 507 BCE onwards, only one of the two kings could be head of the army. On the battlefield, kings were accompanied by 300 elite soldiers for protection. But being a king wasn't only about working and fighting. They enjoyed special privileges as well. Spartan kings lived at the expense of the city, owned royal estates in the surrounding Perioikic cities, and received the majority of the spoils of war. When they passed away, they were buried with special honors, and the population mourned them for a period of 10 days.
Just gonna learn more. We have a bronze coin of Sparta showing protector of the kings of Sparta. So they tried to control the king's powers because they obviously grew worried. I mean, you don't want full-out monarchy anyway. We've seen how that can go. And if the person's really good, obviously, you know, it can go very well, but majority of the time, that stuff doesn't work too well. Especially because you can't trust everyone, including kings. Ready for the next part.
Sparta enjoyed many important religious honors. They were in charge of sacrifices, both during military campaigns and at home. The kings received double portions of the meat at all communal meals, and they were also the first to pour libations. They also personally conducted public sacrifices as priests, which helped remind their subjects of their divine connection to Heracles and Zeus.
Here we have a antique red figure cup was seen as sacrifice. Aw, poor little piggy. I guess they're chopping off his head, make some soup. Let's see, I don't know, would they actually, I don't know if they talked about it. I wonder if they would use the meats or just left it there. It's like, you sacrifice, but then, yeah, do they make soup like they talked about with the pig head and blood and stuff? Who knows? I'm sure somebody has an idea, but not me. Alright, well, I think, oh no, we're not even done. We've done 3 of 6. We have 3 more than the quiz. We got a lot more to learn. Halfway through.
The ephors, or overseers, were 5 magistrates elected by the Spartan assembly. They were chosen from among Spartan citizens over 30 and served for 1 year with no possibility of re-election. The ephors played a large part in administrating the city and were considered the most democratic agents in the Spartan political system. They had judicial power and ordered the dispatching of the Spartan army during wars. They also met and negotiated with representatives from other states, in addition to running the Agoge, the Spartan education system. While not as powerful as the 2 kings, the ephors still held great sway over Sparta's affairs.
The F-Force. Here we have Lycurgus controlling the Pythia. There's a sacrifice right there on the table, just to put it out. There are 4 different theories about the origins of F-Force. Tour Station 5.
The Gerousia was the Spartan Council of Elders. It was made up of the 2 current kings, as well as 28 elders called Gerontes. They were Spartan citizens over the age of 60, the cutoff age for military duty. They were elected for life by the Spartan Assembly. The Gerousia, similar to Athens' Boulé, handled legislative and financial matters. It could submit bills and motions to the Assembly, and could also cancel Assembly decisions with the power of veto. To ensure that the right of veto did not weaken the Assembly, ephors were introduced to keep the Gerousia in check and maintain a steady balance of power. This allowed Sparta to include more just elements in its political system.
So Lycurgus showing the heir to the throne. The Gerousia. Dang. And final stage.
The Spartan Assembly, or the Apella, was made up of Spartan citizens who were over 30 years old. Its exact meeting place remains unknown, but it was presided over by a special member of the ephors called the eponymous ephor. The Apella had limited authority, since any decision it made could be overruled by the Gerousia. But thanks to the efforts of the ephors, it still played an important role in Spartan society. The Apella dealt with topics like foreign affairs, war declarations, peace negotiations, and more. They also elected ephors and Gerousia members, and could both grant political rights to foreigners and remove them from Spartan citizens. Unlike the myriad sources on the functions of the Athenian Assembly, the exact details of the Apella's decision-making process are unknown.
So here's the remains of the Theater of Acropolis. Up close. So let's go ahead and go take the quiz. I think I've gotten A's on all the quizzes so far, so except one of them I got one answer wrong, I'm pretty sure. So one answer wrong today. See if we can do it.
Hope you feel more knowledgeable about the inner workings of Spartan politics. Our way of ruling was not conventional, to say the least. But it served our purposes well. What would you like to do? Argue. We shall see. Let's begin. What was the name of the Spartan Assembly?
Spartan Assembly was the Apella.
Correct. The Spartan Assembly was known as the Apella. Question 2. How many members did the Gerousia have?
The Gerousia had, I think 28.
There were 28 Gerontes on the Council of Elders. But they weren't the only members of the Gerousia. Keep trying.
I don't think there was 300. Must be 30.
Yes, the Gerousia consisted of
Oh, because two of the kings. There you go.
2 kings of Sparta. Last question. What was the name of the Spartan education program?
Shout out to Jordan in chat. What is up? Appreciate the like, man. And yeah, it's quiz time. I missed out. Let me see what the question was.
What was the name of the Spartan education program?
That was the Agora. No, the Agage.
Correct. Our rigorous education program was called the Agogi.
Agogi. Jeez.
The Air Force. You've done well.
Butchering all these were.
Very well.
Yeah, I thought it was 28 too, but it's because the two kings make it 30. They said 28 people, and that's what popped into my head. But we just completed Sparta in entirety.
May your travels
3 tours in like 19 locations. That was King Leonidas himself. I wonder if we get to take over him now. Oh my god, we got Xenia as a character we play as. Oh god, she's brute. F you up, man. Don't want to fight her, man. Don't want to fight her, man. On the stream time, we have about 7-8 minutes left. When we come back, we'll hop into... Oh man, wants me to go back to Athens. I was doing region by region, so let's see. We've completed all of Lacania. What's Messenia have? A tour and 6 discovery sites. Let's land here, knock out these 4, and then we'll travel out here and get these 2, and then when we come back, maybe we'll do this tour right here. It's called the Battle of Pylos and Sphacteria. Peace out, Jordan. Thanks for watching, man. Appreciate it. We're going to go on a break for like 20-30 minutes, and then we'll come back. I'm going to say 30, but there's a chance I'll come back sooner. We're definitely not getting this done today, though. If I could get 10 tours done today, if I could get about 2/3 done, we can probably finish in 2 to 3 streams next week at the most. We're in Apia. We have a Messenian banner. Some population from the enslaved as Helots. There's Zeus brandishing his thunderbolt right there. So we're just going to try and tackle these as quickly as possible. If we can get like these 6 done and be at the location for the war at the break time, would be absolutely amazing. On the break though, I'm going to just take it easy. Let my brain relax for like 20-30 minutes after 2 hours of non-stop educational information that I can't absorb as in itself. There's so much information. We got war machines here. Siege scene from the monument of Nereides. Soldier of siege in the city climb a ladder on the wall. There's the ladder, I see. It's like that pole on the left. No, it's not a very steep climb though. And catapults weren't around during the Peloponnesian War. Take a century for them to appear. Scaling ladders, battering rams, and tortoises. 3 is right here. Shout out to Albert in chat, what is up? We're getting close to a break, but we're currently just grabbing a few of these individual points. Honestly, I want to get all 6 of 6 before we move on. And then take a break and come back and then start going through the tours again. We have the charcoal here. Let's check it out. Thanks to anyone who subbed. Apparently got a few subs, and yeah, I don't know if it was the real Mr. Beast or not to answer chat. Yeah, there's a lot of fake accounts out there. I really don't know if it's the real Mr. Beast or not, but I thought it was really cool. If it was, that's awesome. But I highly doubt he's watching my content. We're just a tiny little channel compared to these big guys out there, but yeah, it would be awesome to get there one day. But here we have a scene of a foundry, artisan stoking a fire while uses the bellows. So he's starting a fire there. Interesting little fact. Sometimes you learn from this stuff. Like I honestly never knew bronze was 90% copper, 10% tin. Obviously, like it was a mixture, but didn't know percentages or anything like that. So I thought that was pretty cool. We have the woodworking here. Black figure cup with fieldwork scene, depiction of a cart used to transport merchandise. Imagine doing a vase like this. It'd be priceless. If I ever had the funds to enjoy things like this definitely be in my house somewhere. Some old school, like, ancient Greece vase. Probably like $1 million. But yeah, thanks for stopping in, man. If you're still there, answer Albert. I completely understand if you don't want to hang around. You know, people come to this channel seeing this on, and I mean, this is probably the least exciting thing we do. But there's nothing wrong with a little bit of educational gaming, you know. It's a cool concept, I think. Gives you a chance to learn about the history of the period. Yeah, you're playing the game. Yeah, you're witnessing the history firsthand in a lot of senses. You're fighting in the battles. You're seeing the decisions of the kings in this game, the Spartans. You're seeing what Athens is going through. You're seeing the plague. You're seeing all the people that they look up to, the Pythia and stuff like that. But it doesn't get this much detailed, and I feel like they skim a little bit. Like they might change it a tiny bit to make the game story a little bit better, this and that. You'll notice little tweaks here and there. Like in this, they said women in this time period weren't allowed to leave the house technically, unless for like very few reasons. Yet in the game they're everywhere on the street. So like there's a few things. Not that it's a bad thing. I'm not against it by any means. Just throwing it out there. You can see there's some definite differences. So we got to get down there. We officially at the 2-hour mark. Maybe we'll take a break 4:40 to 5 o'clock or something. Then I'll play like another hour and a half up to 2. An hour and a half if I'm gonna go to dinner still. I haven't decided officially. I'm gonna talk to Lxxv during the break, see what we're deciding. If we still want to go out or not, and then depending on that, we'll decide when the stream ends. I already hit the gym 3 times this week, so I'm good on that. Just slacking on the other stuff a little bit. I'm gonna try and get some stuff done during the break. That's why I need the breaks. Stretch, walk around, move my muscles so I don't sit still for 6 hours straight. Be more like 4.5, 5 hours straight. So can we ride the horse and do this? Man. Sea battles. They're just doing artwork. Waging the war in the ocean was brutal. Fair in ancient Greece. The triremes. The triremes. Don't know how you say it. Some design unstoppable, especially in high seas. And the last one in this region's right there. And then we're going on break, so good timing. Maybe I'll gain an extra few minutes. Or an extra minute or 2, I should say. So here we have another marble bust of Lxxv. My god, dude, as I'm just butchering these names, I really wish they would tell you how to say the name. Not just stick it on my screen. Like, tell me how to pronounce this. And then the best part is, I'm American English, United States English, so trying to pronounce these words and how they sound in Greece are like 2 different levels of speaking, and it's just like, oh god. Every letter sounds different. Every section of the word changes how it sounds. It's like, ah. Interesting stuff. 6 out of 6. When we come back, we'll go ahead and hop into a tour, I guess. It recommends that I do Democracy in Athens next. We have 2, well no, we have 7 down here, 7 up here. We have 14 out of 30 done, so we're about halfway done. If we can get another 5 or 6 done, we'll be about 2/3 done the tours, which will be perfect for today. I don't know. We're probably going to need... I'm going to honestly say we're probably going to need... let's see if we do that. We're probably going to need another 3 streams next week of this DLC just to get it done, and then we can include some base game. Like I said, I'm not going to do the Mercenaries S1 through S4 or whatever tiers. It's like DLC mercenary stuff. We got rank 50, which was in the original top mercenary, so I ain't going beyond that. Just, you get some perks, but I'm done with the game. There's no more DLC. There's no reason to do it anymore. I'm also not going to do the treasure hunting thing from the original game. All those pamphlets that, give you tips of where to look. And I did look, and I found some stuff, and it wasn't even good stuff, so that's why I'm kind of against that idea. But, either way, we'll come back, and we'll hop right into the tours and go from there. I'm currently in a debate whether we should do the tour here. Just hop right into this one right here. Or if we should do this stuff differently and follow the game's recommendations. We still have all this land to cover, guys. So, we still have to finish out Arcadia. We still have stuff in Ellis. We still have, we have Kefalonia. You guys can see there's just a massive amount of stuff to accomplish. Even if we just go to the islands to get some points, some discovery sites, we're going to have to hop all around pretty much everywhere. So it's pretty effing thorough. I wish they had a total tour and totally discovery total tour and total discovery site numbers, but I don't see anything, so we're going to try and do it all, but I'll just show you guys. In Athens alone, there's 76 discovery sites and 11 tours, so you get the idea. There's probably like 100 to 200 discovery sites, so it's going to take a while, but we can get it done, especially when you can do them back to back to back real quickly, especially in the cities and stuff. Real quick, shout out to our members on our YouTube channel, BBT 2002, Cam Certified 90, JSmoke87, and our Super Chatters, Droughty, JSmoke, and Ryan60 Ping. Appreciate the support. Otherwise, thanks for watching, like, and sub. I'll see you guys in like 20-30 minutes. Peace out. Hey guys, back from the break. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. We're going to continue on with Discovery Tour. If you guys missed it, we did quite a few tours. Let me check the numbers real quick to get an idea. We got 5, 2, 1, and 6 for a total of 14 tours completed. There are 30 total. Then on top of that, there's countless amount of these discovery sites that we're doing. Seems like the primary objectives for this DLC are tours and discovery sites. So we're going to try and do them all. We will not be finishing this week as initially planned, so Destiny 2 is cancelled officially next week. I'll be playing this 2 to 3 times more next week, if not 4. We'll have to figure it all out. We'll figure out a way. But for right now, we're just going to continue on and see what we can get done. Beyond doing this, I wouldn't mind doing a few of the user-made missions. They aren't missions made by the game, but missions made by real people who are playing the game. So I can make a mission, for instance, play some of the most popular ones of those, and maybe just have a finale, stream where we do that and like say goodbye to the game, because we will not be playing it ever again. Or if we do, it'll be extremely rare occasion. Maybe 10 years down the road, we'll say let's hop into Odyssey and run around for a little bit. But for right now, it's going to go on the shelf like Origins. We haven't touched Origins since, so you get the idea. It's probably going to go the same way. In the meantime, we just finished up Messenia. We did Sparta, Lxxv, and all of its locations all in one go, so fully completed the region. The scariest of all is Attica, with 76 discovery sites, 7 more tours. The game is actually recommended I go there next. Democracy in Athens. But we only have one more famous city tour. We can do this in any order we want. The recommended order is completely different each time you play. It changed what it recommended between this time and last time on the one we were on, so it isn't like a set recommended list. It seems like it changes up just based on what you have left to do, so it just recommends ideas. I think we should do the Sanctuary of Asclepios. It's 7 stations, 18 minutes long. I'm gonna fast travel up there. Shout out to J Smoke, what is up, man? Welcome to the stream. If anyone new's watching, would appreciate if you like and sub, guys. We also got our website, thegamersociety.com. We got all our social in the description. We got Superchat, membership, and Patreon. Shout out to J Smoke for being a member and a Super Chatter. Appreciate it, man. All of the support helps, even if you guys just check out our other videos, leave a comment, watch a few videos, drop a few likes. Actually, everything helps this channel grow. So, let's keep it going. We're also going to really try to figure out some new content for the channel. Maybe do like a GoPro arcade day. Try and get Nightwolf and Schmag or something. Go to a really big arcade in our area and just play for like an hour in the GoPro and then upload that to YouTube or something. In like super view so you can see all of our screens. Put on like the GoPro hat or something. Some ideas like that I feel like would be pretty cool. So just some ideas. Thanks for the light, J Smoke. So let's see where we're at. I guess we're going to complete Argalis. We have 17 more discovery sites and 1 more tour. Seems like most of the discovery sites are right here, guys. Problem is, let's see, we got these over here. Let's do the tour, then we'll go ahead and go around and collect the rest of the stuff. I think this is the final tour in this region, so.
Welcome, traveler, to the Sanctuary of Asclepios, a place of rest and healing. The Sanctuary of Asclepios is an amazing place, even for those with only a passing interest in medicine. It was a fascinating location, combining the mystical, religious, and scientific. And if someone happened to pass out, they'd luckily be surrounded by skilled physicians. This is the Sanctuary of Asclepios, the god of medicine. It was here that the sick and weary came, seeking cures for their ailments. Sometimes the medical practitioners provided the cures, and sometimes the healing came from the gods themselves. This tour will help explain the inner workings of the sanctuary, as well as the unique way the Greeks approached medicine. I hope you enjoy yourself. I'll be waiting for you at the end of your visit.
Okay. So we're gonna hop into the tour and just looking around at the top marker. We gave a random one over there, but let's hop into the main one.
The ill and infirm came to this sanctuary to pray and offer sacrifices to Asclepios, the god of medicine. According to myth, Asclepios was once a mortal physician who eventually became a god. He had many sanctuaries across Greece, but the most famous was in Epidaurus. When pilgrims passed through the entrance of the sanctuary, they could read this inscription: "When you enter the abode of the god which smells of incense, you must be pure, and thought is pure when you think with piety."
Here we go, we have the sanctuary entrance. Obviously concept art by the game. On the left we got some info. So Asclepios also had a backstory of fire and blood apparently. Dang, he was a product of an affair between the god Apollo and a mortal woman named Coronis. Then Apollo killed Coronis. Nah, Coronis. Let's divert real quick to right here. We have the Greek baths. Apparently it's a scene of a woman bathing with the help of Eros. It's a little bit beat up, but can't see who's who, but we'll just suspect maybe that's the person getting bathed on the right. Just so everyone knows, these streams are a little bit slow, because literally I let you guys read what's on the screen. I kind of skim through it. But I don't want to read it because, you know, my voice would be gone in like 30 minutes. So just take the time to read yourself, pause it if you need more time.
Medical steles constituted a sort of hub between medicine, religion, and the divine. They were slabs with inscriptions that praised Asclepios' virtues and merit, and described his methods of the inscriptions, relayed the dreams patients had within the abaton, one of the most important buildings in the sanctuary. The steles outlined the patient's name, their disease, and how they were cured by Asclepios. They were probably written by the sanctuary's priests, or at least under the priest's supervision. Asclepios was a complex deity. In addition to being a god, he was also a trained physician and disciple of the centaur Chiron.
So here we have a medical stele. Hold on. Is the inscription on the left? Is that what it says? Damn.
Παύσον πάρα αυτά.
See what we got here. Purification. Here's a vase of two women washing themselves. Oh man. On top of it would have been odd as hell just standing across from someone trying to bathe like that in modern society, but on top of this, if these people are all ill, they're all sticking their damn hands in like the same water. I ain't trying to bathe there, man. Next thing you know, I came in with a sore throat, gonna be leaving with herpes or something. Some of the stuff you see and hear about, you just can't ever consider it happening in modern day. Even though we still have societies that are living more old school than this in the world, like that one island off of India where it's literally tribal people. You think we're all evil, They probably do drawings of like planes going by and boats and stuff. People are gonna find it in a few hundred years and be like, look, dead plane. So here's a temple of Asclepios drawing. Just ivory and gold interior sounds pretty nice. Unfortunately, the ivory didn't last through the time, so. Who's singing? Look how large the character is. Thank you for the music. Now I'm going to turn it off so I can learn more.
In ancient Greece, religion was inseparable from rites, processions, and sacrifices. This was no different in Epidaurus, and visitors to Asclepios' sanctuary needed to prepare themselves accordingly. Pilgrims cleaned themselves in order to be pure, then offered Asclepios food like honey cakes, cheesecakes, baked meats, and fish. The food was placed on the sanctuary's holy table, where it was presumably later taken by priests. After the preliminary offerings, visitors were allowed to enter the abaton, where they would hopefully encounter Asclepios in a dream. Medical steles also mention that healed patients sometimes gave additional offerings to Asclepios as thanks for being cured.
So, time to learn more. There's Asclepios with faithfuls at the altar in the background. Basically the story of Asclepios' birth, I guess. Yeah, pretty much. I started reading without reading the top. It says dedicated to the birth. So there you go. A little interesting read there. Let's see. Gosh, there's so many of these side things in this vicinity. We got two over here. These are going to distract me. I'm going to probably fail the test with all these extra ones. Guest house. For some reason they show coins on these screens. It's so annoying. Why are you showing me the bronze coin of Syracuse stuck under the tyrant Iketas, whatever his name is, when you're talking about the guest house? Ah! It kills me. Like, you go to look at something and learn about something, and they just shove these coins in your face. The coins are cool. I get it. Maybe jam more coins into other coinful purposes. Watch, we're gonna see some. Watch her coin again. Oh god. Cult of Asclepios. So we have another coin yet again. It'd be awesome to own one of these coins, but who the hell knows what they cost. There's a lot of fake ones online, but you'd probably be spending at least like 4 digits to buy a decent, not even just like probably beat up coin from this time period. What we need is time travel for time, through actual time. Well, like vacations through time is what I'm trying to say, but time travel, so like you can take a vacation in time. Now that would be cool. Science theory says you can go in the future, but you can't go back in time. Because if you're in space, time works differently, so like you go certain speeds, times differently and stuff. Like, it's all like relative theory. Yeah, not for the stream.
Asclepios was originally born a mortal, and was the product of an affair between the god Apollo, and Apollo killed Coronis after discovering she had been unfaithful, and ordered her body burned on a funeral pyre. However, he rescued his unborn child from Coronis' womb before the fire consumed her body. Apollo gave the baby to the centaur Chiron, who raised Asclepios and taught him to practice medicine. Over time, Asclepios became so skilled in the art of healing, he could even raise the dead. This angered Zeus, who sent Asclepios to Hades with a thunderbolt. Apollo retaliated by killing the Cyclopes, responsible for making Zeus's thunderbolts. Then, Zeus revived Asclepios, making him immortal and deifying him in the process.
Damn.
In sculptures, pottery, mosaics, and coins, Asclepios was portrayed holding a staff intertwined with a sacred snake. The staff is a symbol of medicine that still endures to this day.
Yep. Seen that logo around for sure. Cool stuff to learn about it. Apparently it is one of these right here. Did I miss out on what was shown here? I think we accidentally. Here we go. Temple of Asclepios. It's another picture.
Asclepios, Apollo.
So we already heard all this. I'm gonna skip it. We just have. I'll unfortunately restart it to just see the extra content. So here we have the offerings. We have a limestone lower left leg. See. Three more to go.
The Epitateon was the priest's residence. As the link between patients and the gods, priests were essential to the operation of the sanctuary. They were often elected into the priesthood for one-year periods, but could also buy themselves a position if they were wealthy enough. In addition to interpreting patients' dreams in the Abaton, priests both supervised and performed sacrifices and rituals. During these functions, they were usually clad in white.
So here's a red figure. Doctor bleeding the arm of a patient. Alright, let's move on. There's probably a bunch of these purple things all over, so we'll, once we finish the story that we're going through, we'll definitely have to run around and do these. It'll take a little bit of time as well. Here's a marble relief showing Asclepios with Hygeia feeding snakes. Apparently the house sacred snakes inside. Oh, I think we ran the wrong way. Came out that way, looking the wrong way. It's 140 meters this way. Let's go get it real quick. There are two of them. Civic doctors in ancient Greece. It's a picture of a medical examination. We have 9 more of these in the entire region, and that includes the entire, like, state that it would be. Pilgrim's Camp, marble pillar with a snake wreath. That's, I don't know if that looks like a snake on a wreath, but we'll just go with it. Pilgrims, blah, 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 blah. You can read the rest yourself. Damn. Type of plague hit. It's all J-Smokes I did. Add that picture in the game. J-Smoke, what? Just messing J-Smokes in chat. Maybe. You're still there, J-Smoke, let me know.
The Abaton was built in the northern boundary of the sanctuary, where it surrounded a sacred well whose water was believed to have therapeutic properties. The Abaton was where pilgrims went for incubation, or dream rituals. Details of the incubation ritual have been described in unearthed medical steles. They were also noted in Aristophanes' play Plutos, which featured a more comedic view of the process.
So, here's a marble statue of Asclepios. So apparently they were running surgeries all the way back in this time period.
Incubation was the dream ritual pilgrims experienced in the Abaton. After completing the necessary preliminary rituals, pilgrims were allowed to enter the sacred building, where they lay prone. As they took in the smell of burning incense, the sanctuary's priests extinguished the oil lamps and asked them to sleep in silence. Once they were asleep, Asclepios would appear in their dreams and give his medical advice. The advice included diet and treatment recommendations, as well as requests for specific offerings or religious rituals. Upon waking up, priests interpreted the patient's dreams, unless a patient had been miraculously healed in their sleep. However, if a patient was completely beyond help, they were removed from the Abaton. This was to adhere to a ritual law that stated that no one could die or be born within the building.
Man. Here's Asclepios doing a resurrection, apparently. Time for our quiz.
I see you've completed the tour. I hope you enjoyed your time in the sanctuary. As you can see, gods and miracles were just as important to the healing process as medicine was. Now, what else would you like to do? Excellent. Here is your first question. Which mythical creatures made Zeus's thunderbolts? Correct. Zeus's
Yeah.
thunderbolts were crafted by Cyclops. On to the second question. What was the name of the building where incubation occurred?
That would be the Abaton.
Yes. Pilgrims entered the Abaddon to undergo a dream
Abaddon.
ritual in the hopes of curing their ailments. One final question for you. Who was Asclepius' father?
Apollo.
Yes, Apollo was Asclepius' father, and his mother was a mortal named Coronis. You've proven you know the sanctuary inside and out. Well done. Very well. May your quest for knowledge be fruitful.
3 for 3. All discovery tours completed in this region, but we have a lot of things to hit. So let's see, where's the borders? This region goes all the way up here, includes all of this, all this. So we have to hit the coast here. We did the coast here. We have to hit. So let's do this. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. That doesn't count. Then we'll fly up here, do 5, 6, 7. No, those are out of the region. Then we'll come up here and get 7 and 8. And, we get the idea. Whatever. We need only 8 more, so there's 4 of them here, and I guess the other 4 are 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can fast travel to the other 2 points and get them all done real quick. Shouldn't take more than 10 minutes. Just because we gotta travel around, do some loading. Then we'll be done this entire region. I'm just trying to finish region by region. Seems to be a good idea. Except the battles. I'd like to watch the battles in order, because they might be in order of when they happened, and it'll make more sense that way. We have the stadium. Reminds me of when I went to Rome and looked at Circus Maximus, called Circo Massimo, but it's literally just a big empty field now. There's no seating. There's nothing there. It's literally just like, it just looks like something was there long ago, just in the shape of that, where they used to do the races and stuff. It's cool to see. I walk through it and stuff, but nowadays it's just like you go for a run around it and stuff. And it's just like grass. You know, people had their dogs and stuff like that. One of them done. Let's get my horse. Lxxv Festival. Yeah, you missed the quiz, J-Smoke. Just people singing, playing some music. So you guys know, just want to throw it out there. I said that I was going to go up between 6:30 and 7. 6:30 if I was going to go out to dinner, 7 if not. We decided to skip, so we'll play it till between 6:30 and 7. You know, I may still call it a 6:30, but we have till 7 now if we really want to. Theater of Epidaurus. Oh, here's a real picture. Damn, if that's real, that's doing pretty damn well for a time period. Because when I went to Rome, you know, half the craft's just debris. Yep, auditorium's still virtually intact. It's built in the 4th century. Pretty cool stuff. We'll go down here, and then after we get this one, we'll go ahead and fast travel to the next 2 locations. But yeah, plans for next week are officially changing. We'll be continuing Assassin's Creed. We'll be continuing Rage 2: Rise of the Ghosts. If I can, I'll squeeze in Terra Mania and/or Star Wars Battlefront 2, and if not, you know, that'll come the week after. Worst case scenario, we can always postpone everything like a week, like push GTA and Ghost Recon Breakpoint back another week. I don't think at this point anyone will cry over it. Yeah. I always said I was gonna beat Ghost Recon Breakpoint before I would do San Andreas, but I think I'm gonna be able to run both side by side possibly. So we'll see how it works out. We'll figure that out when the week comes that we gotta decide on that. For now, we don't have to. So we have the Mayan lion, Hercules strangling the struggling lion with his hands. Is what we're gonna see in the picture here. So I killed the Mayan lion. The lion's golden fur was impenetrable by his bow and resisted every arrow shot at it. So he had to trap the lion in a cave and then use his club to stun the beast. And then once it laid immobile, he was able to kill with his bare hands. Then he wore the lion skin to show his victory, and this is how he normally represented in Greek art. Yeah, no worries, J Smoke at all, man. Yeah, gonna be next week's gonna be a little bit different. Decided I got so much going on. I run my own business. For those who don't know, I take courses online. I work part-time as well. And all the normal stuff of life, so usually busy as shit. I don't plan much free time in my day. Even on the weekends, I'm usually booked out. That's why we have such a strict gaming schedule, but it's worked its way out. But I'm thinking about pushing my part-time a little bit further next week, so I'm going to try and minimize the impact on streams. We just might start later, like 2 o'clock. Do 2 to 4, 4:30, 6:30 every day, so I can, you know, stay at, you know, get home at 1 o'clock or so I can, because I usually go in at 7 or something. Figured out aim for up to 30 next week, which push is almost full, but for part it'll do. It'll be allowed. Let's get some good pay in, pay off some bills. Everyone knows how it is. Even if I get to full time, we'll keep this channel going. We might just lose 4 to 5 streams a week, but we can still exist. So we'll keep pushing on. At that point, we'd have to get rid of the fluff. Like, we couldn't be playing all these extra games on the channel. Minecraft would probably only be once a week. You know, COD once a week. We would cut back on a lot of stuff. So we have the Hydra here. Hercules fighting the Lernaean Hydra. Geez, tongue twister. That's what's on the vase in the background. Here's a little story about it. One of the heads was immortal, and for each head that was chopped off, 2 more would generate in its place. Between 6 and 50 heads. Damn. So he killed Hydrea. I mean, after today's stream, we'll have a good idea of what we can do for next week, so that'll help drastically. Like, we know Rage 2, I could probably get away with another 2-hour session, because we completed the story and there's like no side missions. We just got to complete a bunch of locations, which will unlock most of the remaining achievements. So it kind of aligns in its own way. So I think 2 hours for that will be sufficient. Then we can do Terramania as well. But as per this game, you know, if we're only at 50%, or a little bit over that at, you know, at 8 hours in or whatever it is, we're probably going to have to plan it 4 times next week. And if we get done early, we get done early, we can play, you know, we can either switch the game or do some fun modes on this game. I'm not against playing the main story a bit more as in, you know, some of the other stuff. But here's some pictures by Assassin's Creed. It's all concept art though, that none of this is real because, you know, none of it exists anymore. J-Smoke. Remembering the time he was king and killed that Hydra. Yeah, I'm sure that brings back some good memories, man. Let's go ahead and head over here. Man, don't stick the head of the Hydra in the VCR, man. What the frig, man? It's animal abuse. Animal abuser. Ah. The mythological significance of honey. Here's a artist Dios mourning the loss of his bees, plaster sculpture. So we just have one more to do, which is right over there. Luckily I just saw it. I was going to look for it on the map. This is the last one in the region. We have honey once again. We have a coin with a bee on it, actually. Looks like a wasp. Region completed, Argalas. So you changed the recommended thing again. We're done famous cities and that. Let's finish daily life. We just have the Laurian silver mines, wheat and agriculture, pottery in Athens, and dyeing in fashion. 6 stations, 60 minutes for the silver mines. So here we are. Let's see where we're at on the map to get an idea of where we are. So right now we're basically in Attica. So we'll do the Silver Mountain and the 3 points nearby at most. So we have tools. Here's a picture of a miner's hammer found from back in that century. Mine today. Here's the mine today. Just ruins. 2,000 shafts and 140 kilometers of galleries have been discovered.
Welcome to the silver mines of Lavrion. The mines make me nervous. All those fumes can't be safe to inhale day in and day out. The Lavrion silver mines were discovered between Thorikos and Cape Sunion, near Athens. They were rich in the mineral galena and provided Athens with much of the silver necessary to mint its currency. Because of this, the mines were invaluable to the city, and the resources they provided helped turn Athens into one of the most powerful states in Greece. We will meet again after you've seen what the mines have to offer. Farewell for now, wanderer.
So let's go ahead and start our tour.
Silver mines were extremely rare in ancient Greece, which only increased their importance. Athens started exploiting the Lavrian silver mines at the end of the 6th century BCE and used its metal to produce its currency. Production at the mines exploded around 485 BCE when an especially rich vein was discovered. The mine's abundant silver made Athens one of the wealthiest cities in Greece. They also provided the resources necessary to build a fleet large enough to defeat the Persians at the Battle of Salamis. In short, the Lavrian mines played an integral part in the emergence of Athens as a Greek superpower. Exploiting the mine's resources required a lot of labor. To meet this requirement and save on cost, Athens leased out mining concessions to its citizens, who had their slaves to do most of the work, alongside poor day laborers. In the 5th century BCE alone, there were anywhere from 10,000 to 30,000 people toiling in the mines of Lavrion. Together, the workers managed to produce an estimated 20 tons of silver per year.
That's a lot of silver. I think we skipped the dang pictures for both of these first two stations. Let me check. If so, I did not mean to. Let's see. We have overview of the Larian site. This is a picture we didn't see. 530 BCE. So they had their own coinage due to this.
Were extremely rare. Athens,
So that was my fault. First like hour and a half, we were doing fine, and then we started messing up after that.
exploiting the mine.
So here's the second one, Silver Galena from the Potosi mines.
Resources required a lot of labor. To put in
Skip the rest. Peace out, Jay Smoke. Thanks for watching, man. Catch you next time.
Mining in Lavrion was a two-step process. First, the ore was extracted, and then it was refined. It took about 16 kilograms of raw ore to produce a single pure silver drachma of about 4 grams. Recovered artifacts from the mines provide some insight into the specifics of the mining process. Galleries were dug to follow the veins of ore. They were small and did not offer much space for the workers. They were also hand-cut, and it's believed that it took whole days to dig only a few centimeters. Once the galleries finally reached the veins, the ore was extracted and then crushed on mortar stone to prepare it for washing.
So we have extracting ore here. Mine is extracting clay in the background. Pushing on. I'm gonna keep going back this way. Other minerals, we have a lead ingot, the Larian mine right there. Turn back. 3 more stations at the mine. Seemingly outside. This is where you guys see the pictures of the mine when they show them.
Mine workers used washeries to help clean rock from the ore. The washing process required a large supply of water, but Lavrion was an infamously dry region. To compensate, cisterns were built in the mining area to collect and conserve seasonal rainwater. Once enough water had accumulated, workers poured it into wooden troughs containing rock and ore. The water's flow separated the lighter grains of rock from the heavier ore, which was caught in depressions at the bottom of the trough. The newly cleaned ore was collected for refinement, and the water was redirected back into a tank to be reused later. Mine workers used...
Alright, so here we go, me missing again. Washery of Thorikos.
washeries to help clear the water.
So the wood apparently helps separate the stuff.
Once the ore was clean and dry, it was ready for smelting. Its purpose was to isolate the silver in the ore. To do this, the ore was placed in a conical furnace filled with combustible charcoal. Bellows pumped air into the furnace to control the temperature. Inside, the ore burned, emitting a toxic smoke that was evacuated through a chimney. Eventually, the silver alloy was separated from the slag and collected for the last step in the refinement process, cupellation. Cupellation removed any leftover lead from the silver. The smelted alloy was placed in a cupel, an absorbent bowl made of bone ashes. It was then put in a furnace, where it absorbed the lead and left only silver behind.
So here's a picture pouring liquid silver in the mold from archaeological experiment on Greek minting techniques.
While the mines of Lavrion belonged to Athens, the city frequently leased them to private citizens, who exploited the site for anywhere from 3 to 10 years. These citizens enlisted slaves and poor day laborers to carry out most of the work. The workers had a very low life expectancy, about 3 to 5 years, due to the hazardous working conditions. The dangers they faced included toxic lead vapor in the air and lung-choking dust in the galleries. However, they were fed well enough to keep up their work, and their combined labor managed to produce an estimated 20 tons of silver a year.
Only 3 to 5 years living in these conditions. That's crazy. Well, guess it's time for our quiz.
I hope you enjoyed your trip through the mines. We talk so much of Athens' glory, but we often forget the city's power was due to tremendous amounts of work. Work that often had a great human cost. What else would you like to do? Excellent. Let's begin. What was the last step in the silver refinement process?
I believe it was a cupellation.
Yes, cupellation removed any remaining lead, leaving only the silver behind. Now, for the second question. How did workers acquire water for the ore washing process? Correct. The workers used cisterns to collect the seasonal rainwater. Now, the final question. Which famous battle did the mines help Athens win?
Ooh. Baronia, maybe?
This battle was between Sparta, Thebes, and Argos. Athens did not participate. Keep trying.
Oh man, this one I don't know. Nemea?
The Battle of Nemea ended in a stunning Spartan victory against the allied Greek cities of Thebes, Argos, Corinth, and unfortunately, Athens. Try a different answer. The Battle of Cheronia was fought against Philip II's Macedonian forces, and Athens
That was the first question. I got all the answers wrong today in like 3 hours of streaming. So, I'll take it. We've had like a 90% ratio correct today. We passed the quiz anyway, so don't matter.
It's clear your visit has taught you much. A job well
I
done.
did not remember hearing him mention the battle, but whatever. Shout out to Dylan in chat. What is up? Welcome to the stream.
Best of luck on your journeys.
Decided, let's go ahead and change some stuff up. And go around this Pericles. I am Pericles. Might as well grab this discovery spot real quick. And here it is. This one's for striking coins. So they did an experiment on ancient Greek minting techniques right there. So they make small discs of metal called flans, and the second was striking them in the coins. They had to have a certain weight to be a certain value, just like real life, modern life coins. If I could do a few thousand coins in a single day, it's not that slow of a process, especially for old school times. So, we completed the silver mine region. We can always head down to Cape Sounion. This entire region has 46 more discovery sites and 6 more tours. It's like the busiest in the entire game. But I think I'm going to go back to here and see what we got next. Next we had wheat and agriculture. 8 stations, 16 minutes. Let's just go hop in. See what region we end up in. We can decide how the rest of the stream is going to go. We're going to be ending within 30 to an hour, but Forza Horizon 4 the Eliminator and Truck Driver tomorrow afternoon. If anyone interested in that, next Assassin's Creed Discovery Tour will be next week. We're probably going to plan it Tuesday, Thursday again or something like that. I'm probably going to have to plan 4 streams for this game. We'll be like the finale for the game. We'll finish out Discovery Tour, 100% completion. We'll go back into the base game, do some of the custom-made missions and stuff, and say goodbye to the game because I'm putting it on the shelf probably indefinitely after this, since we did the entire rest of the game. Over 160 hours of live streams on this damn game. It's not a damn game, it's an amazing game, but there's a lot of time to dedicate to one game. So we're in Arcadia, apparently. Let me see. What are our numbers like in Arcadia? We need 7 discovery sites and 1 tour. Discovery sites are... We have 2 where we're at now, but we got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 all spread out. So what we'll do is we'll complete the tour, and then we're going to go up here and grab all of these. And then once Arcadia is done completely, we'll move on to the next tour, depending on the time. Marcos, I'm here. Appreciate the like.
My friend, welcome to Arcadia, home of shepherds, sheep, and manure.
Pericles does not look, pleased with that.
I recently made an offer to buy some nearby farmland. Unfortunately, the owner refused, based on completely unsubstantiated rumors that I once burned down 3 farms in Kos. Can you believe it? I've never burned down a farm in my life. I may have once paid someone else to do so, but I assure you, my reasons were entirely acceptable and in the best interest of everyone involved. Arcadia was well known for its sublime natural vistas. Farmers and shepherds were seduced by its beauty, and it's easy to see why. I have to leave for now, but I'll meet you again when you finish your visit. Until then, my friend!
He's like, man, I shouldn't be out here looking at this crap. I'm a politician. So over here we have Pan. Pan seated on rock covered by a mantle. Pan was the national god of Arcadia. Is half man, half goat, guardian of the flocks. Alright, let's get started.
Grain was a staple of the Greek diet, to the point where Homer referred to his compatriots as mortal eaters of bread. Grain farming was a meticulous process. Due to dry summers, artificial irrigation was impossible, so farmers had to rely on rainfall to water their crops. This gave them very narrow windows for sowing and harvesting. On a farm of this size, only half of the field would be planted every year, while the other half would lie fallow to avoid exhausting the soil. According to the poet Hesiod, the best time to sow grain was in autumn, and the best time to harvest it was in May. Fortunately, if farmers missed their opportunity, they also had a chance to plant millet in the spring.
So they only used half the land and they changed it each year so they wouldn't exhaust it. Interesting. Stuff you never would know. Ear of barley on a stater right here. It's a coin. Next.
Before planting in a field, the land needed to be plowed a total of 3 times. Once in the spring to remove weeds, again in the summer to aerate the soil, and a final time in the winter to plant the seeds in the moist earth. The plow was pulled by 2 oxen, while the sowing of seeds was done by hand. After the seeds were planted, a boy turned the soil with a hoe to protect them from hungry birds. Once the sowing was finished, the farmers waited for winter rains to irrigate the field. They also prayed to the goddess of agriculture, Demeter, and her daughter Persephone, in the hopes of being favored with a bountiful harvest come springtime.
So here we have a plowing scene from a Black Figure Cup attributed to the painter.
Grain was harvested in the spring using a curved knife called a sickle. With their backs to the wind, the reapers cut the plant stalks and left the sheaves behind before moving through the rest of the crop. Once the harvest was mowed, the sheaves were brought to the threshing floor.
So here's a coin, a reaper harvesting grain stalks with a sickle over here on the right. Do want to point out, if it's saying that like people like used to cook in this time, I'm sure the neighborhood just smelled all the time. People cooking meats, all different foods, open windows.
Husbandry was an important part of Greek agriculture. Farmers usually kept cattle, donkeys, sheep, goats, pigs, dogs, geese, and chickens. The animals mostly fed in pastures, but could also eat some of the farm's harvested grain, as well as damaged fruit and residue from olive oil and wine production. Livestock had several purposes. Their manure was used to fertilize the fields, and their grazing helped remove weeds. Arcadia was a mountainous region believed to be the home of the god Pan, so farmers were more likely to keep sheep and goats than cattle.
Over here we have a shepherd with a flock of goats with a scene.
Most farming tools were simple, handmade implements made of wood and occasionally tipped with iron. The most complicated tool was the plough, which was made up of several parts, including a beam, a drawbar, and a yoke. A two-pronged hoe, meanwhile, was used for tilling soil, and farmers also had tools for digging and weeding.
Here's a bronze plow. Three more stations.
After the sheaves were harvested, workers brought them to the threshing floor to extract the grain. Oxen or donkeys were hitched to a post in the center of the floor and guided around it, while workers threw sheaves under their hooves. The animals, stomping, forced the grain kernels out of their casings. Afterwards, the kernels were collected for the winnowing process. Winnowing helped separate the heavier grain seeds from the chaff. It began with using a wooden shovel to toss the grain. While in the air, the wind blew away the lighter chaff, leaving only the heavier grain. To remove the remaining chaff, the grain was tossed in a wooden basket called a Lxxv, which filtered the grain until only clean kernels remained.
So here's a picture, threshing the grain in Naxos. Interesting. Moving on. I don't know if I can push all the way to 7, guys. It's just like last stream. It's like so much info.
Which was used to make flour, was different from other types of grain. Threshing was not enough to separate the barley from its husk, so instead, it was roasted in a specialized tool called a frigatron. After the barley was roasted, it was pounded with a mortar and pestle. The pounded grain was then ground into a meal using either a hand mill or a hopper mill. Grinding was boring work, so workers often lightened the mood with a mill song. Once the barley was completely ground, it was sieved using a wicker basket called a koskinon, making it ready for use.
So here's a picture of people making flour. Phew, 70-75% cereal-based diet. Holy crap. Moving on to the next one. And the final one.
Grain storage areas needed to be dark, dry, cool, contained, and well ventilated to prevent the grain from spoiling. According to Hesiod, the preferred method of storing grain was in a pithos, the same container as Pandora's mythological box. Archaeological evidence suggests that Greeks may have also stored grain in small, walled structures woven from branches. Farms generally needed to store enough grain to sustain themselves for the year and seed corn for the next. Any surplus was either stored for a lean year or sold to markets for profit.
And here's a picture, a young man dipping his hand in a large pithos.
My friend, good to see you again. You must feel hungry. I know I would, spending all that time watching farmers working themselves to the bone. Now, what else can I do for you? If you say so, let's get started. According to Hesiodos, what was the best month to start harvesting grain?
Start harvesting grain. Well, they would do it May and then summer, like January.
January was far too wet for grain harvesting.
November.
Another answer. Fall was the preferred time to plant the seeds, not to harvest the
Okay,
grain.
so it'd be March.
Keep trying. Close, but a little bit early. Try again.
Oh, we butchered this test already.
Yes, spring was the ideal time for harvesting. Guess I'm
Confused me with all the different instructions.
Time for another question. Which tool did reapers use to cut stalks? Yes, a sickle was a curved knife, making it ideal for harvesting sheaves of grain. Only one question left. Arcadia was believed to be the home of which god?
Pan.
Correct! Pan supposedly called the mountainous region his home. Incredible work, my friend. It's safe to say your mind is definitely more wheat than chaff. Safe travels, my friend. We'd better be seeing each other again soon.
And we completed the tour. We got 6 discovery locations. So we're going to go ahead and just tackle them all real fast. And we'll go from there. If we were to quit at 6:30, we probably wouldn't be able to do any more tours. We're at like 17 out of 30, so it's definitely pretty long DLC. I think it would need another Tuesday, Thursday to take it down, but we'll see what happens. So here's geography. Here's a real picture of the view of the plain. Lacania. There's some tall mountains right there. So, we have 5 more to get, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. see. I'm gonna go in this way. And we have the Arcadia banner. Here's a coin. But yeah, guys, we'll end within. The goal was 6:30 to 7, somewhere in there. Initially 6:30. I might still keep that because this is kind of an exhausting game mode to play. Just hammering your brain for 4 hours straight. But I say we have like a 85-90% today on the quizzes, so I'll take it. Not that I'll remember much else. We have the Symphalian birds. Here's Heracles killing the Symphalian birds. Apparently they were gods of war. Oh no, they were sacred to the god of war, Ares. Ares was killed by Wonder Woman, and that's how that story ended. Hopefully you guys seen the movie to get the reference. Because she is from this time period. For those who haven't seen it, the first like, hour of the movie is honestly like you're watching Assassin's Creed. So I'd say to check it out. Let's see, now we gotta venture 254 meters. Over here we have the legendary animals. This is just inspired by the game in the background, all the pictures, but let's see. Here's a giant bear. Gotta get a picture of that. Isn't that a nice, cute bear? He looks so friendly. Oh, he got up. He's moving. For those who missed it, I had to fight that bear, I'm pretty sure, in the main game, so. The worst was fighting the giant hog. That thing was a pain in the ass. So we have 2 more discovery sites. We're going to have to drive to both by horse. There's no autopilot mode, so we'll just drive in that general direction. So if we got 17 done and all this stuff, probably going to need to cancel Destiny 2 next week and just do this game back to back next week, those days again. If we're going to finish it out. But we'll see how it all goes down. So we have the cattle of Girion. Here's Heracles fighting Girion. It's a 3-bodied creature. So I had to kill a 2-headed dog and a herdsman. They had to kill the 3-headed being as well. That's all there is to learn there. So let's go to the next one. We can fast travel to the next one actually. There we go. So let's see, where do we gotta go? We'll go ahead and travel back up there real quick. So I think we just gotta run across the top of the mountain. So we gotta go to the top of this mountain over here. I don't know if I'm feeling the stories today. As I mentioned, I'm kind of beat on those, but that doesn't mean we can't run around some of the islands and stuff and knock out the little pieces so we don't have to do it next week. But we're ending within 30 minutes is my goal max, if not sooner. And here's a biomes thing. It's just inspired by the game art, showing all the different biomes that they have in the game. Seems Akaya only has 4 discovery sites, so we're gonna travel there now and do that. I'm gonna go off mic for 30 seconds to a minute though. So everyone knows I'm back on mic. Although we're ending soon, tune in tomorrow for Forza Truck Driver. Probably between 1:30 and 6, with a break in the middle. Just the current layout. Guess we'll tackle left to right here. So we have the Achaean banner here. The coin showing a trireme, whatever the heck it's, however you say it. All these confusing words in this game. We dealt with these ships during the main playthrough of the game. So we have types of boats and organization of shipyards. Here's our next thing. It's a terracotta model of a ship right there. Okay, we got a whole book to read on the screen here. So they have ships of war, ships of burden. If you guys want to read this, you can always just pause the screen as I scroll through and read on. I'm kind of just skimming it. So apparently they couldn't leave these boats in the water or they would become waterlogged. Good to know. Thanks for watching, anyone in chat. And and appreciate all the likes. Next we have the Ram, the first naval weapon, which is on the front of the ship. And here's the final one for the region. Miltos in the Protective Eye. Apparently this is a scene of Odysseus and the Sirens on this vase. And region completed. I'm really starting to get fried from all this information. We've been playing for quite some time. Yesterday, I mean 2 days ago, I was fried after 2 hours, so I'm surprised we made it this long, but it's a lot of information to take in. Apparently Kefalonia has 10 discoveries, so I'm definitely not doing that today. You look around though, like Focus, we have 7 more. We haven't been to Boeotia. It's mostly just traveling around and getting them. It's literally what it's all about. You know, Lesbos has 7 discovery spots. We have Andros over here with just 1. There's no way to get to Andros unless you go by ship, so that one would be annoying. Let's see what this is. There's only 2 on these Silver Islands here, near the birthplace of Apollo. Let's go do these 2. So here is the Delos banner, just showing a coin, a bronze coin from 280 to 166 BCE, and talking about the banner. Which again, I'm pretty sure is just made up by the game. But it's the logo from the time period. We have one more here. We came all the way out here to learn about a damn banner. Gosh dang it. Gonna blame the Hulk for that one. So we had the farming risk. Here's the head of the Erm from Atik. Silver Island's complete. Probably ending within 15 minutes max. I'm like already going past the amount of time I wanted to play. But we're gonna knock out any other little thing we can do. Like this region has 2 discovery points, both near fast travel. So let's go ahead and start with here. "15 minutes left. We'll do this location, the other location, and then hop into somewhere else from there. We can always go to Athens because that's just overly populated with the amount of material they're trying to teach there. 1/3 of everything in this thing is in Athens. So. Seems like we're going to some vineyard over there or something. The way it looked on the map. I don't think it's a vineyard at all though. And the way we see it from here on the map, it looked like a vineyard, the way it was laid out. Got a small settlement out here. Look like olive trees, maybe, or something. Or fruits. I think it's fruits. Who the hell knows? The golden apples of Hesperides. So there you go. This must be apples vineyard or something. There's Heracles taking apples from the garden of Hesperides in the picture. So let's see. So let's go ahead and move on to the next spot. Charlotte J Smoke, welcome back. Man, you missed a lot, man. I don't know what time your last message was before you had to go, but it's been at least an hour plus. Well, maybe an hour and some. I think you joined right after 5, like 5:15 or something, so like an hour and a half. So you probably missed a handful of tours and multiple handfuls full of individual locations, but we're about 10 minutes out from the end time, so I just can't play anymore at that point. This game fries my brain, so it needs a break. Best part is you learn all this information and it goes right out the other ears. But thankfully we're not, rated on our quiz scores, so we're good. The quiz today was really good. Yesterday they were okay, but yesterday we might have had like a 70%. Today we've had like an 85, 90, so we'll see how it goes next time. We still have to do, next time's going to be heavily based on like war and stuff like that. We haven't done any of that stuff yet. If we go to the tours, let's see, we've completed the cities and most of daily life, but we still have half of politics and philosophy. We got a lot on art, religion, and myths, and we got to do 4 battles and wars. So that's going to cover quite a lot. Yeah, J-Smoke, if you're around tomorrow night, I think 10:30 to 12:30, 1 to 3. We always say that every week, but it always fluctuates. It's either 10:30 or we start at 11. But usually within the 30-minute range we start, and rarely we go beyond 11. But in that time period, we'll have 2 streams, so swing by if you want to. Might be like Dead by Daylight and GTA again or something like that. Seems to be our go-to on Friday nights nowadays. So here's the Melos banner, another banner again. They show a coin again. They show a damn coin with everything. It'll be like the famous house, and then they'll show a coin on the screen. I'm getting tired of it. Show the actual thing. Should be showing the banner in the background. This is ridiculous. Some weird looking coin though, so you can look at that. It's just a symbol of 3 legs. It's supposed to just mean speed, I guess. The symbol is still in use today in the Sicilian flag and that of the Isle of Man. Even though they're not in the same country, they're islands, so they might have came across each other at some point. I'm sure they had trade and all that stuff. So we're not going to go to Kytheria Island. It has a tour there. We have 4 discovery sites on this one here, which includes over here, I think. Naxos Island. I only see 3. Oh, no, they're out here. We're going to go to Naxos Island now and tackle these 4. Sorry for any static, I had to check the cable. I'm using an old Beat cable that still somehow works. We still have the 2 new cables that I ordered in their packaging waiting to go, so whenever this one goes, this will go in the recycle bin and pull another one out. But sorry about the static, I have to twist it once in a blue moon so it doesn't act up. Plus it was pulled on by the pup himself, so who knows what it did. Alright, so we have 4 locations here. I guess we'll start in the north and go south from there. Like I said, guys, next week's going to change drastically. Not that I've given out the plan yet, but the initial idea was to, that we were going to be done with this. But this is not as short as people say online. I think they just kind of speed run it. They don't do all the extra stuff. We're doing at least the tours and then the main extras. We're not going to do every single individual location. There's like 5,000 locations. Every single building, they probably have something to say about it. So just the main attractions, which are all designated when you go on the map anyway. Discovery sites and tours. So. We did this in Origins as well in Ancient Egypt, but it was only tours, no discovery points, so this is drastically increasing the amount of time you need to spend on it. But we'll beat it region by region. Eventually we're going to have to go tackle Athens. I might have to do that next week. That's going to be a big weight off the shoulder when we take care of that one. That's probably the majority of what's left in this DLC in entirety. So here's an extraction, traces of extraction left by tools in the marble quarry. So apparently ancient quarries and Naxos. Interesting. I mean, they had tools they needed, so. Sure, it was labor intensive though. Here's a picture of the marble quarry on the island of Thasos. That's all just marble, I guess. All in the sea, pretty much. Apparently marble became a luxury furniture in ancient Greece. I don't know how comfortable that is. So apparently marble has different colors, red, pink, yellow, and have their own textures as well. The Peloponnesian marble is red with touches of black. Then they have Pentelic marble near Athens, which is greenish and grainy, and then Paros, which is the grayish white one. That's the most famous that you'll see on a lot of famous statues and so forth. That's why they say a lot of this art would be so expensive today. Going to the Temple of Dionysus. Just fast travel in for simplicity. This will probably be the last island I do today, and then we're going to take a second to kind of estimate what is expected of us next week. If we can get a general idea of what's expected next week, I won't announce today, but Sunday night or Monday first stream I'll go over the schedule, but maybe tomorrow if you tune in. Sometimes I throw out a little tip here and there for the people who watch our videos more regularly so you know what's going on. So just tune in. Usually first 5 to 10 minutes of a stream will contain all the info you're looking for. So here we are. Obviously this one's for the Temple of Dionysus. Nope, it's a Naxos banner now. Oh my god, with these banners. And another coin. So there's another coin. I don't know what the hell currency that is. It's drachmae. But like I said, Assassin's Creed and Rage 2 took longer than expected. So you guys can expect both of them next week. This does not happen often where I don't complete it on time, but both of these were much longer than anticipated. I mean, not Rage 2, I guess. It was 5 to 6 hours. We spent like 3.5 hours on it. Obviously, we weren't getting it done, but Assassin's Creed, I estimated a total of 8 hours to do all the tours, but we're doing a lot more than tours, so we probably doubled the time. But between 4 streams this week, 4 next week, we should be done with this game. And it'll officially go on the shelf, and you probably won't see it ever again. Unless I pull it off in like 10 years, if we're still around. You never know. Could always do a throwback stream. Here's the honey offerings. Here's a goddess at an altar offering a libation. Apparently honey never expires, so it's considered relative to the deities. Honey and bees are a symbol of resurrection. Interesting. I've heard that sound so many damn times. We spent like over 150 hours on this game to beat everything it had to offer. And I'm still not done, but we're moving on. I don't have patience to do mercenary battles and go find treasures that aren't even worth finding. So. But everything else was awesome. So we're going to get a quick estimate on what's left. Approximately 2, 4, 9, 13. So we have 13 more tours to go, so we completed over half the tours, which is one, that's a good sign. And two, if you look around, and we have a lot of discovery sites to go, but a lot of them are related to tours. So, like 16, 23, 28, 34. We probably have like 60, 70 left, and we've probably completed up in that range as well in these 2 days. So I think we'll have a chance of doing it all next week. But 7 o'clock on the dot, so officially no more searching around. I'm gonna go ahead and put up our supporter screen. Shout out to our members: BVT 2002, Chem Certified 90, J Smoke 87, and our super chatters: Drought C, J Smoke, and Ryan 60 Ping. Appreciate the support. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Like and sub. Appreciate all likes and views today. Catch you guys tomorrow. Forza Truck Driver once again. Peace out.